Right, morning everyone. Just let me get this checked out. Right, we've got some volume. Right, welcome on this Sunday morning to my next club match. I'm on the River Thames again. Ironically, I'm in the peg one to the left of where I was before. Peg to my right today's peg 12. I'm in peg 13. I'm in what's called the reeds, as you can see from the reeds left and right. And there's a big reed bed that goes down for about 8 pegs to my left. That's why it's got this name. The weed situation is no different. You can see down here I've got loads of this algae weed, and then below I've got about 6 foot of weed. And today, because I've got the sun, I can just see where the weed ends. So I'm going to fish a similar match to what I fished last weekend in terms of tactics, which will be 13 meters on the pole. I'll be looking to catch roach out there and perch, and then bleak if I need to on the 4 meter whip. I'll just go through the rigs quickly. So here's the whip rig that I'm going to use. This is a 4 meter connoisseur whip from Dyer. It's a soft tip on the end. This is a Dave Harold DH20, 0.4 of a gram the float. I keep getting it wrong. I go down and I've got a little bulk of number 8, you can see there, hopefully. Short hook length, 4 inches, and a size 30-50 census hook with a telltale long shank, and then the long tag to try and stop the maggot going up back up the line. I've got, this is my main rig for the day. This will be a blue hydro because I need to try and swing fish in above these, over these this weed. This is a 2 gram Carper Gloucester, quite a thick tip on it. This is an 013 rig coming down to an Olivet, a couple of number 8s and some trimming number 10s, 2 number 8 droppers, and I've got a 6-inch Karanu hook from Guru, size 18 that is. That's on an 09 bottom. Trying to fish as light as I can for roach. Then I've got a new addition to my river fishing, really. Tried out last time. This is a hemp rig, so I've got this on a pink hydro. It's going to be a little bit more delicate. This is a Colmick Jolly, I think it's called. Yeah, Colmick Jolly 4x12. I've got that set about 8 inches off the bottom currently, and I've just got some number 9s. 1, 2, 3, 4 number 9s. Same again, 09 Karanu hook there. We'll see about that later on. Then I've got, okay, this is the if it's not quite going right rig. Blue hydro, perfect 2 gram 013. This is going to be fished over depth, a foot on the bottom, size 14 pole special hook. That's going to have a big piece of worm or some corn on the end of there. And that's it. Got the whip, got the normal rig, and then the hemp rig. Tactics for the day. I'm going to ball it at 13 meters. I've got 10 balls. They're all going to get thrown in. And then I'm going to fish over the top. Fish with double maggot. If I get bleaked out, then I'm going to put a piece of worm on, straight on the deck, hopefully catch some perch, feed it with hemp, and then fish a hemp or tare on the hook. So on that point, just go over the side tray. I've got some maggots. I've got some pinkies. If I choose to put them on the hook, they might end up in the ground bait. I've got some caster. I've got 3 pints of hemp. I've got some dead maggot. I've got a box of worms. Load of dendrobenas in there. More soil than worms, but no, plenty of worms in there for chopping it on the hook. Then I've got a can of corn. I've got another one in the bag. I've got some tares. Fingers crossed, I'm going to catch plenty of fish. I just need to make sure I've got my pole rest set up properly. I'll do it now for when I want to ball it. Just move this round. When I ball it in, I'm just going to put the pole on the pole rest in front of me. I just need to make sure that's sort of right, which it is. It's perfect. So when I want to do that, If anything, it can come up just a little bit. So, morning James, morning Martin. Yeah, I'm looking forward to today. I really am. The weather's cooled down a bit. I'm going to be in the sun. I've got the sun cream on. Factor 50 for gingers like me. And yeah, I think we could catch some perch. Hopefully, catch some perch, some roach. Just twist that back round. And maybe some larger bleak. I'm going to try and catch some bleak on the whip. I can get past this reed bed, fishing 4 meters to hand, or this weed bed, as I should call it. And we'll see. I do lose just the nature of this peg. Actually, it's worn away. The banks here is worn away. So I feel like I'm losing 1.5 meters. So I had to sit back. I had to clear the weed this morning just in front of me. Just down here, see where I've got the keep net in. I had to clear the weed this morning, so that was a bit of effort. It's all there on the side. and yeah, so I think I'm going to catch some fish. I want to catch some fish on hemp and tares. That'd be brilliant. And I am fishing the match while sort of practicing as well for the Thames Festival, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. So really, we've got sort of a combination of two things going on today. And yeah, fingers crossed. Well, I should catch a few. That's the plan. How long we got? 3 minutes. I should probably cup 2 balls in. I should probably throw 8, cup 2. So I think I'll save the 2 smaller ones and I'll cup those in. Mix of here. This is 1 bag of Census River Dark, Census River Lights. 2 different combinations, and then a bag of Gros Gardon, which is the Roach. Mixed together, it's a sticky mix. The intention is these balls go down to the bottom and they break up over the course of the next couple of hours. And depends on how many fish attack them, and then they're full of bait. So I've got 250ml of dead maggot, I've got 250ml of hemp, and I've got just under 250ml of caster in those balls as well. So they are very rich. I would call them. Morning Ridgie. Hopefully we're going to catch plenty today. Well, I've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Let's get ready. There's some canoers out still. Rowers I should say. But they should disappear about 10:30. Right, the gentleman starting the match is to my left, so I will hear his hooter in a second. But yeah, if you just joined in, I appreciate it. Give the stream a like, help show it to other people, and let's get loads of people in here today and have a good old chit chat, as you say, whilst watching some live fishing. I'll start with my phone on my left hand side, but I've brought the right hand side tray so I can move it over, so it's easier for me to see as the day goes on. Come on, I'm keen to get going. I don't want to focus about learning how to catch fish on these by this weed, by the way, because hopefully this is all going to come out before the Thames Festival in a couple of weeks' time. So I've got some dragonflies sitting on my pole. There we go. Right. I'm just going to go there, I think. push that lot in, and then I'm going to cut some balls. And what I mean by that is 2 more balls I'm not going to throw. Okay, 1 more ball I'm not going to throw. How do I end up throwing 9? Oh well. Right, rig.
But it really hurt balls. Anyway, so
she's the one that started it, yeah.
Yeah. So he told me that. So we've been paddling together a lot.
Right.
Because so all last winter, once the clock changed and it went to the winter schedule, there was a Tuesday and Wednesday.
Right, let's see. Bite first chuck, do you reckon? Let's see. It's a little bit of an area for that bait then. Wasn't maybe quite as neat as I wanted it to be. But I'm a firm believer that the noise attracts the fish. I can tell you now that float is not settling properly. I suspect there is a bleak on the end of there. There's no flow in the river again today. So it'd be relatively like fishing a... Relatively? It'd be like fishing a lake. I might need another shot on this float, I don't know. But I thought when I plumbed it up, it's better than that. Okay, I had a little dink. No bait on the end, so I reckon that was a bleak on the way down. I'll just do 1 more put in and then I'll have a look to see if I need another shot. Right everybody, I'm not looking directly at the camera for a second. So please accept my collective hello. And let's get this out again quickly. I think I just had a fish hanging on the end as I ship that out, which is what I'd sort of expect. I do expect that bleak are going to be on that line, a little bit further away from the weed. Now that float has settled better. The other bite. Oh, come on, what's going on with that? Lovely float, just slid away. I'm fishing just off the bottom, not a lot, inch or 2. Right, we're off. Perch to start. No bleak. That's a good sign. Really busy old day today, I reckon. I think that rig settled pretty quick. I still think I want a number. Oh no, it's okay. Oh no, that was a bite. Okay, so I definitely need like another number 10 or a number 11 just to dot that float down a little bit more. Fish came off on the way. Right, quickly go. Just going to put a number 11 on and then I'm probably going to ship out. I think I need another number 11. So I want one more fish out along, and then I am going to quickly look on the wick. The reason being is I want to ascertain what size bleak there are in the peg, if there's any there, and whether they're worth fishing for. And I've hooked a fish on the way out, which is a bleak, which is going to answer my questions. No, it's a little chublet. That might answer my questions. It could be that it's just little chublets sitting in that reed. I picked another one. Okay, what are you? Dace? Like last week. Okay, let's put the rig over there. Okay, right. I'm going to put a piece of worm on. I can't get the rig out. That's an unusual problem to have. I was worried that that might be the case. Originally this was a top 5 rig, so it was made to section number 5, but it's not that deep, so I cut it down to 4 sections, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to get it far enough out and avoid these little fish, and let's just prove that point. Let's just see what I can catch out on a piece of worm. Okay, not a lot of love for that, is there? I do expect there's some perch on this line, on the bottom, so why is that not going under? Just give it another minute or so, see if it goes. There's a boat coming. It sounds close. It's close. Right, let's quickly move this phone. Right. Now I can see arm is better, yes. Just catching up on the chat, yes, the arm is better. I continue to do my exercises and be good, and hopefully we're going to be match fit for Thames Festival in a few weeks' time. I'm just going to see if I can just hold this up. Right, the answer is no. It would be a silly idea. I've got a real problem now to resolve with this small fish under my feet. A BLEAK or something's just grabbed that on the way down. The float's not settling properly. That's right. It's a roach. So what we're going to do, I think we've got to get the catapult out and start firing some hemp in. Not because I've got trouble out there, but I've got trouble getting past these fish under my feet. I've had some really good days of roach fishing on double maggot, so I want to see as much as I can if I can catch on maggot over ground bait. If I can't, I'm happy to fish hemp. I might have to do it to get past this reed bed. And I do need another shot on that float. Right, how are we doing? Yeah, let's see what you can learn now. I've got you some tares, by the way. I've got you some tares. And I'm coming down to gold a couple of weeks' time. I'll have to have a think about it. Send me your mobile number, Neil. Mail it to me, and I'll give you a call and we can sort it out. But I've got some spare tares. Side puller. No, can't do it, Neil, because I think it's a side puller on the river. I use match kits on the river, so there's no side puller. Elastic's in the bottom of the pole. The only time I do the side puller is when I'm fishing on the pole feeder, and I'm fishing with black hydro. Right, so let me see what's on this whip line. There's another roach, by the way. Gives me more confidence about starting to feed hemp. Let's see quickly what's that here. Too small, I think, is the conclusion. Look at that. Size of that fish. It's going back. Okay, some small fish, not a lot, is the conclusion. So that checked out. Back to the plan then, double maggot. Let's get the catapult out and start firing some hemp. I don't know why that rig's getting twisted over. I did hook another small fish on the way out. Put it over to the left. I guess it's smashed. So I'm going to put a piece of worm on. Have another look with a piece of worm. The reason for that is the bites weren't really quick with the maggot. Let's have another look at one piece of worm. Then we'll start feeding this hemp. And I'm going to feed it for an hour before I put a tare on. So a little summary of where we are right now, 25 minutes in. I've got a load of fish in front of me, small ones. Don't really want to catch them. They're preventing me from getting the rig out successfully. So when I ship the rig out, they attack the bait 3 times and I've shipped out. I've ended up with a small fish as I'm still shipping out. So I put a piece of worm on to try and avoid that. I'm looking for a better sized perch or something. Although I'm sitting there with no indications. I think maybe I want to just drop that float down a little bit further, go down a little bit deeper, lay it on a little bit more. I was just this feeling I'm suspending it in the air. And then I did get a bite eventually. And I'm feeding hemp over the top, which I'm prepared to do for a while. And then I'm going to put a tare on, try and catch some roach on hemp and tares. So the little fish is forcing me away from maggots, which is quite annoying. There are some roach. I've had 2 or 3 small roach, and I've had a perch on this line. I put 10 balls of ground bait in to start. It's taken a while for a bite, but maybe that's because it's just a little bit too shallow. You'll watch like a £5 bream in a minute. Won't be a problem though. That'll be fun on 09 bottom. I'll have to keep it out there for quite a long time, I think, to tire it out if that does happen. I can't have it diving in this weed. Let's see. Yeah, I would expect more bites on this. So I've just got the feeling that the float... Oh, it's a little dink. I get the feeling that I've got an issue with the way the rig's presenting the bait. I've got a lot of confidence at this perch out there. And I've got a lot of confidence in fishing a small piece of worm, so something's not right. And I'm going to put the plummet back on and just recheck the depth. Looks like Darren to my left has got it on the feeder. No, not practice. This is I'm fishing a match, but all the time when I'm fishing matches right now, I'm also trying to prepare for the Thames Festival, which is a prestigious event that's coming up in a few weeks' time. I managed to put that plummet in that weed. So yeah, I'm just trying to sort out some hemp fishing as well at the same time. Yeah, just a little bit deeper. Do I have a move? Oh, they should if it's presented properly on the bottom. I'm only using a tiny little piece of worm, they should nail it. I don't need to create any artificial movement, as it were. I think that's what you're suggesting. I should be able to just put it in, the rig should settle, get that worm on the bottom. And then if there's perch there, which I expect there is, they should nail it straight away. That's where that float should go under. Maybe there's not so many fish there. And there's plenty of bait in that ground bait for them to work their way through. There's no flow in the river currently. I've just loosened the line off and it's just sitting there. We can wait a minute though. Morning, Steve. And hello to anyone else that I missed. There's a sort of frantic start to the match. So what could be happening now? There could be enough bait in that ground bait, and now I'm firing hemp over the top. It's too much bait. It shouldn't affect the perch though, they don't care about the hemp. But that's not going under. Let's just try double maggot again. Okay, that's been intercepted by a BLEAK as it goes down. Telltale sign of the float popping up. So maybe there's just not many perch. Lifted it out then, bait was chewed, so brought it back and then caught a bleak in front of me. And I've just realised that I've got another camera to my side today, and I've put it to my left, which I shouldn't do when I'm fishing the pole all day. It should be on my right. So in a second, despite fishing a competition, I'm going to get up and move it. It's just not settling properly. Something's got hold of the bait. Tiny little skimmer. Right, just let me move this camera. A second. Felt like a one-way ticket to smash my pole. There we go. I'll edit that out. Or chublet, I should say. So every time I catch a fish and ship out, I'm going to put some hemp in. Fish has grabbed it again, it's not settled. Settled now, but I do fear the maggots might be smashed. Just leave it there a minute and then we'll bring it back out. To get a bite. I don't know why you would have plummets like that in Thailand. Especially with so many, or so much British influence, I would say, over there. It's a bit strange. Okay, that's better. Big settled. And the bite. There we go. So this is one of those many little chublets that I'm seeing in the river currently. As soon as I let go to show you, it's going to jump in, it's going to twitch and it's going to flick out. So I'm going to just put it there. You just have to take my word for it that it was a little chublet. There's a lot of them in the river currently. It could be a case of next year we're trying to fish for them. So float settled nicely. There's my bite. Bigger fish this time. Perch. Really? What happened about old John Wilson's place then? Isn't there a collection of lakes off the back of John Wilson moving to Thailand, where loads of British people go and catch a load of fish? Or maybe they're not influencing it. It is on my list of places to visit at some point. I must admit. I feel like I just sort of creeped downstream a little bit there of where I put the balls in originally. The far back marker is the long tree. And then I had sort of, they were in an area of like left and right of that, a little bit further. I just feel then I was just sort of creeping downstream. Now, even though I've just brought that rig out and had a look, I could see there was 2 maggots, but I'm now suspicious that one of them's burst because the rig's sitting perfectly and I'm not getting a bite. Let me bring this back in. There, one of the maggots has been smashed. Both the maggots have been smashed. I haven't realised. No roach wants to eat those. The more I fish the river, the more I get some confidence in I'm not getting a bite, but I should get a bite based on what's just happened, you know. Enables me to bring that back in and get that bait changed, instead of sitting out there with no bite. Again, that rig's not settled properly straight away. Now it's settled. Still feel like it needs another number 11 on it, but I'll do that in a minute. It probably needed 2 more number 10s on it, or a number 8 and a number 11. I didn't have time to check the shotting very well this morning. I sort of default the shotting and then we'll change it on the day based on the conditions. Is it windy, you know, etc. I just didn't get the time. So something grabbed it on the way down, let go of it, it's settled. I've either got no maggots or smashed maggots, is what I believe. No maggots. Yeah, okay, I thought there was brown leeks. Again, I just feel like there's bleak grabbing hold of that float. That bait on the way down, it just bobs, 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 which is just telltale bleak grabbing it and then dropping it. Float's too heavy, they feel resistance. I don't want to pull it under. In the process, they're smashing the bait. Yeah, same again. Put double caster on. Big old boat that, innit? Let's see if that gets past the bleak. Right, it has. So double caster, let's see if I get a bite on that. There's 250mm caster in the ground bait. So oh, little indication. Just going to keep firing that hemp in. Generous amounts. I've got 3 pints of it today. That little dink on the caster might have smashed them. No, I can't fish. No, that'd be just wrong in my mind now. Because they're not up the top. They're down the bottom. I don't think they're grabbing that on the top. I think they're further down. It managed to wriggle its way back to the river. Yeah, my bulk set, what's my hook length? My hook length is 6 inches, first dropper, another 6 inches, second dropper, which is a foot, third bulk, which is 18 inches. So I'm 18 inches away from the deck. And I'm fishing in about 8 foot of water. I don't think, even if you put a 4-gram float on, I don't think it's going to get past the bleak, if that makes sense. I think the bleak are down there. That's just what I'm feeling anyway. They might be following it down. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't want to really fish heavier than a 2-gram float unless the river's starting to push through. Do you know what I mean? Starting to flood. It's sort of my guideline in my own mind. Going to keep this hemp going in, and then hopefully I can switch to that hemp rig and try and catch some fish on tares. If not, I'll get the other rig out. I'll be prepared to sit on the bottom with a bigger bit of worm, or I could pot some corn as well. But we'll make those decisions an hour and a half in. I think that maggot got down all right, and there's no bites. It's just dragging on the bottom, I think. Morning, Andrew. That fish was a lot bigger then, so I I shipped at the top, broke at the top 5. I think I'm on those chublets. It could be those that are grabbing it and not BLEAK. So, where are we? Just an hour into the match. I've got maybe half a pound of bits, some small roach, a couple of perch, a few little chublets. Fishing out at 13 metres after I put 10 balls in. I had a little problem getting the bait out there. I have trouble with small fish grabbing the bait just in front of me when I flick the rig out to ship it out. But if I can get the bait out there on a double maggot and I can get it to settle, I can get a bite. There doesn't seem to be lots of fish and they don't seem to be a very good stamp, so I'm feeding hemp over the top with the look to try and catch some better quality roach later on. I'm just going to keep feeding it. I've been doing it for 30 minutes at the moment. I'm going to do it for another 30 minutes before I put a tare on, and then see if I can get a bite on that. I'm just going to keep doing this. I might put a big worm on in a minute and sit on the bottom and see what happens, but for the moment this is okay. I can just tick over doing this, and as I said, I've got the option of putting a big worm on. I could put a piece of corn on and just sit on the bottom and see if I can get a bonus fish. I said I'd get a bite, but no, I'm not getting a bite on that double maggot. Sometimes when the stamp's this small of the roach, you've got to go down to double pinky, but I might have to try that in a second. Eventually the float shot under, and it's a dace. Let's just try a single maggot for a second. Morning, Gavin. Single maggot got chewed. Keep firing that hemp in. Float's just getting stuck on the bottom there. Oh, bumped it. If anyone's wondering, Daiwa brought out a new Daiwa Tech pole the other day, this week. It was launched. I am denied. I'm not going to get one, but I have ordered one of the Super 6 sections, so I will do a review of the new short number 6 when I get it. Let people know what I think about it, how it works in my pole, which is an Arity XLS, which they don't do anymore. But I should be able to get some idea. Stay on. Bigger roach. Just standing up there as an emergency where it's going through the weed and I haven't understood how big the fish is, so instead of shipping back out or trying to do something to land the fish, standing up is always a good option. Crunching part of my number 5 section, I think. Keep that hemp going in. Could be a good sign getting that bigger roach. Another bigger roach. So, note to self, it's 45 minutes of firing in the hemp seed. And 2 bigger roach in 2 chucks. Still on the maggot though. Still fishing on the bottom. Three in 3 chucks. I can't look at the phone for a second, Neil, to read all that. I think price-wise, they do Daiwa. It's cheaper than the AZ when it came out, and it's cheaper than the Arity when it came out. I think it's cheaper than the Tournament when it came out. So, relatively speaking, when these poles came out before, I don't think it's outpriced compared to those. Why have I got caught in that weed again? Yeah, it was BLEAK grabbing it. Yeah, it's expensive. Don't you know? Let's be clear. It's expensive. But if it's what you do, then you're going to get 5 years. You know, 5 years worth out of it, maybe more. And then even after 5 years, you might still get, you know, £1,000 for it if you sell it on. Then it's not, you know. The question is it worth incremental gains over the previous Daiwas? You know, that's something to be worked out. And picking it up in a shop when it's got no elastic in the top kit is a little bit of a it's not a comparison really to the pole that you're picking up every day. What you should do is you should take a top kit in with you that's got your blue, white, black hydro in it, and then stick that top kit on it and then lift it up. But it should be good. I think when the Air Z came out, or when the Air came out, that's when I went to the Airity XLS after having an Airity, but the section's got a bit damaged. But yeah, no doubt about it in my mind, it will be the best pole of the market. No doubt in my mind. Right, well you don't, Lee. You don't. I didn't. When I started fishing I had a 6 metre Shakespeare pole. No child needs a 16 metre Daiwa tournament, Daiwa tech pole. No way. Go and buy them something from Preston or Cadence or Matrix, or, you know, I don't know the other ranges, right, but I think that the Matrix range is like a 65, not Matrix, Preston, 65, 75, 85, 95, something like that. It should be at the 65 end. You're not going to stick a 30 metre pole in a child's hands either, to be honest. Unless, you know, child wants to fish for England and that type of stuff, but then it's like the equivalent of going swimming 5 times a day, 5 times a week, and your parents get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to take you, you know. If it's a prodigy, then I'm sure the parents will try and do it, and if not, just look at the amount of Air Zs that are going to come on the market now. It'll be lots. I saw Air Z available yesterday, £1,400. Pole only, 16 metre Air Z, I think it was, for 1,400. That's, you know, it's a better pole than my pole. You know, it's not brand new, but it won't be smashed up. You know. I've got 3 kids and I'm not going to put a 13 metre 6 gram pole in their hands. No way. Sound a little bit like Ricky Gervais there. No way. They should be using the G90. That's what they should use. Get a G90. 30 metre pole only package. Anyway, what do I think? I think the Daiwa AirTech is going to be the best pole on the market. No debate. If you want all of those incremental gains, go for it. If it's your passion, what you spend your money on, go for it. Is it going to teach you how to fish with hemp? No. I think I've got a kink in this rig. It just keeps getting caught. But as I said, I am going to buy the Super 6 section. I will lose most of, well, not most of, that's the wrong word. I will lose half a metre, 3/4 of a metre distance. But, you know, let's see. Let's see. I'll do a review of it. You do a review. I'll get my Arity, my Arity XLS, my G90, and I will do a comparison fishing 13 metres with and without that section across those 3 poles. And I'll go into the weights and all that type of stuff. I'll do a proper job on it. Just as I did with the Preston trolley, so watch this space. Right, just a little bit high that camera today. Right, I had 3 roaches, 3 put-ins, then I had a bleak, then I got distracted, then my rig got tangled. Now I'm watching out for people on kayaks. And time's at past, so it should be time to stick a tare on and see if I can catch on this hemp rig. Wherever there's roach gone. Just sitting here on this double maggot and it's not going under. Why is that? Bait's still there, it looks alright. Someone else going down the river with a rod out the back, with no permission to fish. Yeah, it's tares in a second. It's tares in a second. I'm being a bit pedantic about getting a bite on this double maggot. Like, why am I not going to get a bite? If I moved, it's always the same. You get this danger when it's not flowing. Or I always have this problem when the river's not flowing, or not flowing a lot. I've got sometimes this danger if I creep down the river to my left, and the bait's not down there. The bait is under where I've put that float now, and then I get a bite. See, if the river was flowing, it wouldn't be a problem. But because it's not, you've got to be a little bit more accurate to where that ground bait went in. So I'm going to go back and have another look. I put the float in the right place and then put the bait in the wrong place. Yeah, get a bite, so I just put the float in the right place. The fish is just stuck on the weed. Oh, this is silly. Lovely roach. Right. Okay, here we go. Hemp rig's going in. It's set to about 8 inches off the deck. Let's have a look. We might have a little bit of that tare's just sunk the rig type stuff going on. That may happen. Let's just see. Definitely taking a while to settle. Might have sunk the rig, not sure. Okay, something's not right. It feels like it's enough to sink it, that's for sure. Just want to check the depth. Okay, depth's right. Let me just cut down the line. I feel like I've got too much line on the rig. Bear with me a minute. There's some big tackle debate going on in my channel currently. Okay, so it's enough to sink, so I'm just going to take one of those number 9s off as well. You'd have thought a pro angler like me would have sorted this out yesterday. Okay, I feel like I've got more control over the rig. Just had too much line on a rig like that. Just a 4B12 float. I think it's got 3 number 9s and the tare. So it's a super slow fall through the water, which is what I want. Come on. Catch a roach on a tare on my own hemp rig. Or my hemp and tare rig. So I wonder if they're just a bit deeper. I've set this rig shallower, but I've avoided all those big roach on the bottom. It may be I need to just deepen up, I think, to match that other rig, or split the difference, something like that. Maybe this is too high up, or maybe they don't want it. That was not much, is it? It's only 8 inches difference. I'll go back to the maggot for a minute. I need to think about more ground bait. I'm just going to put this back out. What I'm trying to work out is, just quickly, is the roach there? I've got to put the rig in the right place. Are the roach there? Not is the roach. Are the roach there? Put the rig in the right place. Feed the hemp as I was doing anyway. See if this goes under on the deck on that double maggot. And it could be that they're on the bottom. There we go. So if this is a roach, what do I conclude? They don't want the tares. No, it's a dace. Okay. Back out again. My brain works in a little bit of a, if not that, is it this? If not that, then what? You know. But maybe they're quite happy eating the maggots while I'm firing the hemp over the top. I'm not too sure. Not fished it enough. So back out with double maggot again. And I'll get another bite. Throw another roach. Maybe that hemp and tare does need to be nearer the bottom. Just going to keep feeding this hemp. Tell you what I do, after I get another fish, if I get a fish on this put-in, then I'll put a tare on and just fish it on the deck with this rig. if they're just going to grab it off the bottom, then I don't need the slow fall rig, do I? He says. Anyway. Oh yeah, I've just turned around and you said the same thing. The thing is, if I can catch on the bottom with maggots, then I don't see the point in putting the tare rig on unless I'm going to get better quality fish. If it takes me 3 times as long to get a bite, then there's no point in it at all. It's just catching on a different bait for catching on different bait's sake, do you know what I mean? And all the time I put the tare on, you know, the perch don't want it. So you're sort of excluding opportunities to catch those fish. Let's put a tare on this rig and see if I get a bite off a roach on a tare on the bottom. Yeah, I think the way I think about hemp and tares is if the roach want hemp and tares, then you won't catch more on maggot, right? If that's what they want and they tuned into that today, then you can't compete if you fish maggot. But sometimes they just don't want it, I think, or it's very iffy, which is why it's like the backup for me. It's not like the starting. I'm not going to start on this. If I'm just catching on maggot, then there's a little bite then. Then I'm likely to just put another 3 balls of ground bait in. Okay, so no bite on the tare on the bottom, and no bite on the tare 8 inches off. So let's quickly set that rig in between where it is in the bottom, like that. Let's give it another quick go. Just holding it back. I think you were a bite. As usual, I say I think because I didn't hook a fish. I think what I should have said was, I just missed a bite. I'm not going to do that. Just holding it back tight. So it will end up over that ground bait in the end. Or what's left of that after 2 hours. Now when they're having it in slightly a little bit later in the year, the ground bait only lasts 45 minutes. I've got that imprinted in my mind. Those balls were really solid. So I think some of them will still be breaking down even now. So I'm holding that back. Still settling, it's going to take a while. There, dink. There was just a little dink. Nothing to strike at. And then I'll do one more put in with this. And I'll put it in and follow it down as it settles, which will mean it will settle quicker. Still settling. That's taking forever, isn't it? I don't know it. I was happy then that they didn't want it, and then I had a bite. Doesn't look like a winner to me. All right. Anyone catching? Yeah. Are they? Are they catching bleak up the far end? Yeah. A couple of small fish, that's it really. You fishing today? Who knows what will happen in the next 3 hours if I pay attention when I'm shipping out. Right. How long ago was that? Yeah, like 20. Yeah, it must have been. From what I hear, oh, it's like those little chublets in the river this year. Yeah, I've not seen so many the last couple of years though. Hey? Oh, I've had a few. I've had a few. Right, back to the action. So, just said that roach. Back again on double maggot. Fished over the ground bait. I think I'm going to keep firing the hemp in though. I don't think it's doing any harm. And maybe I catch some fish on it later. Maybe they ate the odd bit, but maybe just in terms of catching, it's just more consistent fishing a just double maggot on the deck. I suspect I could get bites on tares. I also think I'd have to wait a lot longer for them, and that's no good in a match scenario. I've either got to catch quicker on double maggot, or I've got to change and put the deck rig on with a bit of corn or worm or something like that. Try and catch some bigger perch, but where are we? Just gone 12 o'clock. So just over 2 hours into the match. I'm all right. I can do this. This is fine. Just a little reminder to everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, then please hit the like button. It helps send the stream out to more people, which would be appreciated, as always. And if you're new here, if it's just your first time, then why don't you consider hitting the subscribe button. It's a free way to support the channel, and it's an easy way to find your way back. If you click the little bell, then you'll also get a notification when I go live. So I think a lot of people wonder why they don't get any notifications. It's because they haven't clicked the bell, or they've got push notifications turned off for YouTube. So I don't know who that gentleman was, by the way. I assume he's a club member. Right, remind me at the end of the match I've got to break this rig down and not rewinder it. The rig presentation is getting a little bit more awkward now. There's an upstream wind coming, which is the predominant wind. It's actually pushing the rig upstream, so it's now pushing it away from where that ground bait is. I wouldn't buy it again, the Daiwa bump bar. I'd buy the Preston one again, and I'll tell you for why. The Daiwa one, you can only adjust here on the legs, right? You can only go up and down on the legs. And on the Preston one, you can go up and down on the legs and up and down on the bar. And there's a couple of pegs that I've fished in with the Daiwa one where you can't lower it far enough. So you're like off the water at a bit of an angle, and you can't lower the bar enough for it to be useful. That wouldn't happen with the Preston one. It can happen with the Daiwa one. I got the Daiwa one because I broke the Preston one. That's the only difference there. The Daiwa one is a better build quality than the Preston one. So Preston was better when you were higher off the bank. Dye was nicer, more expensive. But saying that, that's only been 2 times when I've had that problem. But it has been a, you know, a big issue at that point. What would I do? I'd probably buy the Dyer one again because I got annoyed with the fact the Preston one broke. I think at that point, what was going through my head was you get what you pay for in terms of quality. Okay, there's some fish to be had, fishing double maggot. Oh, another roach. I'm now dealing with an upstream wind. Which is making bait presentation difficult. It's always the way. For once I had a downstream wind last week, which is unusual when I came and pleasure fished it. So if there's a wind, generally it's going up on this stretch of river. Rig's twisted again. No, this is a Preston and this is a dial bar. The other thing about this, the Preston one, was also you could nearly, it's quite easy to nip yourself with the clamps. I caught myself a couple of times and you know, said a few words off camera Better fish. Okay then. It's really awkward, this weed patch in front of me. What I need to do is I need to get myself a rake. I should have maybe spent 10 minutes clearing a channel back in. Okay. You come off them fish. work out what's going on. I think I've got a load of roach in the peg, or there's a load of fish in the peg. Right, I've got some roach, I've got some small skimmers, I've got some chublets. They're on the deck. Not a lot of fish up in the water, I don't think. I'm quite happy taking this double maggot. And I've just got to sort of think about what I'm doing in a minute. You know, am I catching enough doing this? For those that watched a couple of weeks ago, I said to win in this section you got to catch £10. This isn't going to catch me £10, I don't think, doing this. So what am I going to do? Keep going. Or get that deck rig out and see if there's any bigger fish to be had laying on. I think it'd be worth putting that out in a second just to lay it on the bottom with a worm and see if there's anything, any bonus fish. I do kind of want to keep feeding the hemp and try the tare again later. I've got to decide whether I'm going to fish like this or not for the Thames Festival. Or whether I'm just going to fish off the ground bait on the bottom. Oh, I'm just having a nice time catching some fish. Listening to Ridgie talk about everything in New Zealand trying to kill him. I need to catch bigger stamp roach though. Oh, sorry, Australia. Right. A couple of things are going to happen. I want to get that rig changed. It's annoying me now quite a lot. And I'm going to put that on the deck rig out while I do it. So let's get a nice big lump of worm. Right, I'm just going to put that on there. Gram. Mark on that top kit where it is. Oh, it's basically the joint, so I need to mark it. In fact, I will mark it. I don't want to forget as soon as I take that off. Right, it is. Tips there. Bear with me while I just make this technical adjustment of swapping rigs. You'll see that in my pole rig box I've got rigs on orange winders and I've got rigs on green winders, and the orange ones are all set at the top 4 rigs, so top kit plus 1, and then the green are always set to top kit plus 2. So it means that if I need to switch a rig, I know which one to pull. That should be up there. So now that rig is set exactly the same depth as the old one was. I've not caught a bonus fish on here, so it's coming off. Number 5, that's how long it is. Oh, maybe I didn't catch a bonus fish because I lost the worm. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll start that then. A piece of worm. I've got no trimming shots on this, so I will have to sort it out, but let's just put a piece of worm on, have a quick look. All the time I'm doing this I'm not feeding, so I want to I'd rather put that out there and know the float's going to stick up a little bit, and then come back and put number 10 on it in a minute, just so I can feed the peg. Okay, a little half-hearted bite. Could be a crayfish. So what's the time? 12:37, halfway through the match. I got a couple of pound. I'm just going to still keep feeding hemp because I've got some hope that maybe I can catch on tares in the last hour maybe. I'm going to keep doing that. In the meantime, the job is to catch as much as I possibly can and try and look for a bonus fish. Okay, so there's nothing on that piece of worm. And the float looked okay, so let's just get a double maggot on. Have a quick look. Also thinking about putting another couple of balls of ground bait in when that guy was standing next to me. I only put in 2, not 3. I was watching him whilst I was putting in the 3rd one and managed to drop it short. Okay, Bleak's grabbed it. Last two goes. Telltale sign when the fish is, not the fish, when the float's going the wrong way up the river. Is there some debate about carp fishing going on in my channel? Ledgering and camping. I think they do it in Scouts now, don't they? They've got a carping badge. It just goes along with the camping badge of sticking a tent up and cooking some food on a stove. I'm only kidding. Each to their own. Unless you're using a bait boat, then you can get lost. So anyway, what I do know is this is the only place you can come on YouTube and watch live match fishing. I don't mean pre-recorded live, I mean live, as in I'm here now. So if you like a bit of that, then this is the place to be. And hey, if you want to do something that's a little bit more active than sitting on the bottom with a Ronnie rig, then let me know and I'll give you a guided tour of how to get set up. I keep getting caught in that weed. Oh, don't do that, Graham. Just, you know, every now and then there's a big roach, you know. Oh, two weather experts coming down the river. Come on, weed. Right, let's move that camera in a second. Not camera, phone. Let's move that. The sun's moving round, which is going to cause me an overheating problem. I've got some bleak in the peg, I don't know why, on the bottom. Seems to have moved in. Prove you're alive. There you go, that's it, that's the wave. It could be recorded though, hey, you know. It could be a complete fabrication. Just a lie. See again, I think that's got caught by bleak. No, you need to try another little bit of worm so I can get through the bleak but still be of interest to a roach. Oh, I think that bait's smashed. There it is. Oh, weed, go away, go away, go away, go away. Right, I think I'm going to put another couple of balls of ground bait in. I think. I don't know why, but I just feel like I want to do it. Right, I'm just going to come up. Just going to come up a few inches. Taking a quick look there, and the reason is because that float was jumping around, and when I fully expected to catch a bleak, actually a roach on the end. So roach could be off the bottom. Let's try and see if that's the case. You are a roach. BLEAK. Okay. Conclusion is, what are you? Base. Fish off the bottom. Mixture of no. Oh. Tell you what, right, you lot stay there for a minute and I'm gonna mix some balls of ground bait up so I can't ship this rig out while you're there. But you'll move. Right. Couple more balls of ground bait. Let's put in more hemp. Cast dead maggot. Too much. Excuse me, swans. I said excuse me. Don't be all hissing at me. Yeah, well, I want to fish, don't I? Go on, go down to Ian next door. Give him some grief. Another dose. I think possibly the constant supply of hemp going in has meant they've come off the bottom, which would make total sense. I'll put some balls of ground bait in. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm putting balls of ground bait in to put them back down again. And I'm feeding hemp over the top, which is going to bring them back up again. But I think what I'm doing is I'm putting the balls of ground bait in to make sure some bait gets to the bottom. Maybe a chance of a bonus bream or something. The loose feed is just hemp, it's nothing else. So the ground bait could help bring a perch into the peg, something like that. I mean, it's just got super awkward. Now holding the pole down river against the wind. That's the sort of bleak you want to catch if you're catching bleak. No wonder. I'm just torn a second between stay shallow and go back down to the bottom. It's clearly bleak at this level. I can't keep shipping back like this for bleak. They simply don't weigh enough. So back down, so I was looking for roach. Didn't find them. I'm going to put a little bit of worm on. And then if I don't catch on that, I'm going to put a bit of corn on. Very surprised. I thought I would catch perch on bits of worm in this peg. Oh, it just sits there. Right, how we doing? Put a tare on a couple of minutes. Yeah, I might have a look. Right, awesome. Sounds a bit strange, but saying that. Right. Bit of corn for a second. Have a check on that. It's getting quite warm today. The pole's getting quite hot to handle. I thought it was going to get up to 23, but maybe I've forgotten that 23 is quite warm as well. It was a cold start this morning, 9 degrees. I think it was, might have been 8. I was like, oh, this is a bit cold, isn't it? Now it's a gorgeous day. I guess we're going to move into this period now of cold nights, but getting back up to a decent temperature for a while before the temperatures really plummet. So just checking out, this is on the deck, right? I'm just checking out this piece of corn. I've had a piece of worm on the bottom, no bites. Just a small piece of worm. It's you know, it's not a long one for perch. You know, absolutely a roach could take it. Nothing was interested. And I've got on this piece of corn. Equally looks like nothing's interested. I think I'm going to quickly get that other. I expect bites straight away, by the way, because I'm fishing in a tightish area. If there was if the roach wanted to eat that piece of corn, I think I'd get a bite quickly. You know, I don't have to wait for them to come swimming past. You know, they should be here. So, just another couple of seconds. And then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put another tare on and try that hemp rig again. Okay, what have I done? Click the bottom. It's not moving. Yeah, let's take that off. Back to this hemp rig. Have another quick look. Now to set this, I'll set this to the bottom and not. So I just want to shallow it up a little bit. Let's have a look. come on, go under. It's just falling ever so slowly. I just want that float to just slip away at that angle. Just while I'm holding it back. Just no interest. How are we doing? Everyone alright? It's kind of awkward when I'm fishing 13 metres all day to see what people are saying. With the sun beaming down, I can't put the phone on the side tray to the right for a minute. Swan. No. Swans, can you sort yourselves out, please? I'm not gonna be able to get you in if you grab my rig, am I? Mum and Dad, can you sort these swans out, please? Right. Or your children. Suddenly the winds got up downstream. Someone's got hold of my bait. More little bleak. You see people washing their clothes. Where's that Windsor? Alright, that's our car. I've got a chuck, so I had bleak again on the long pole line. We've got caught in the wind, caught in the weed, came out the weed. We managed to tangle the hook length. I'm not sure whether I should carry on feeding the hemp, which I think might be attracting the bleak. Or should I just carry on doing it? Not worry about it. I'm going to get bleaked out over here, this long line. Again, the bleak's got that. Then I might as well fish the whip down here. What to do, what to do? I'm not sure now. Must be on weed. Is that a fish on there? Right, I was putting, I'm going to go back on a piece of worm, I think. They're that big, they're okay. Same as last week, I think there's some bleak here, but not enough. Doesn't feel like a winning solution, so one or two more fish and then I think I'm going to have to set out on a worm. I want to worm down actually. You're right, a little bit bleak. It's not bleak enough. That's the problem. So let's just give it a few minutes. Fishing a worm, no hemp. I think what I'm doing is I'm putting the hemp in and drawing in bleak, which means I can't get the bait down to the roach, but the roach don't want a tare. And I don't want to fish hemp and hemp on the hook really. It's too small, the hemp. So I'm just going to try fishing a worm for a minute. No catapulting in bait. See if there's some perch to be had. Or a £5 bream, I'll take that. What's the time? 1:30, so we've got an hour and a half left. See, the trouble is I think it'll be one with £10 of bleak again up the other end. Down here I've got to be able to consistently catch roach and perch. If you can't, you're in trouble. At the other end it doesn't have the same weed problem as it does down here. Dropped a lot of worm juice on the phone. Suddenly went all crazy. It's getting warm. I won't be surprised if the stream cuts out, by the way, before the end. It's getting a bit toasty warm. Right, I need to put a number 10 on this rig because this is not right, this float. I've been avoiding it and avoiding it. But yes, I think just lay off the hemp for a bit. Then I think I'm going to probably put 2 more balls of ground bait in, and then try and fish double maggot over the ground bait and not feed hemp. I just don't feel like it's, you know, working. My best run of, you know, 3 roach was just fishing double maggot. I had those 3 good roach and then they disappeared. Yeah, it could be a pike. Could well be a pike. I'm surprised with all the fish I've caught today I've not hooked one, to be honest. BLEAK straight away, I think. It's only been a busy 3 hours, isn't it? 3.5 hours. I could put chopworm and corn in the ground bait if I put 2 more balls in. Maybe I do that, and then I can fish worm over the top, or fish a piece of corn. It's tricky to know. I'm not really fishing for anything in particular today. I've caught roach, I've caught some skimmers, I've caught some BLEAK, I've caught some chublets, I've caught some dace. I've got some perch. You know, it's a nice mixed bag of silvers. I've not caught a lot today. You know, I've got a couple of pound. It's been a busy day, shipping 13 metres in and out all day long. I would like to now just try and pick up something a little bit more quality fishing this piece of worm. A couple of £2 roach would be nice. I'm wondering if fishing some chop worm might be bring some perch into the peg. I'm really surprised about the lack of perch today actually. Well, I caught perch one a bung last week in the peg to the right. And you know, this peg's shallower. Just trying to think of the differences. This peg is shallower. I do feel I'm slightly closer in by a metre and a bit. On that peg you're right on the bank, so at the edge. So maybe I've lost a metre or two. Last week I fed some caster over the top, but I don't know if that's going to make too much of a difference to perch. It's a bit strange really. I think that's what we're going to do. Should we do that? I think I'm going to put in a couple more balls of ground bait, corn and chopped worm, and then try and fish more on a piece of worm for a bonus fish. Feels like the right thing to do. Let's do that. Right, some casters, chopped worm, get a handful of corn. Tell you what, it's cheap. Let's put the other rig out for a second. Let's lay on with a 3/4 of a piece of worm. Put that there a minute. So on this rig I'm just laying on the bottom about a foot, just with this pole special size 14 hook from Guru, looking for something bigger. Just for a minute. Got a feeling I want this other rig with a smaller bit of worm. Don't know why. Okay. What's that about? BLEAK, I think. Most elegant way to get that roach in, but it worked. Float's just bobbing around a little bit. I think Bleak's got the worm. It'll give up in a second. Right, what's the time? Time is hours ago. I was lucky that roach didn't come off, to be honest. It was flapping about in the weed. Bobbing around. I think it's just Bleak playing with it. So with what we got, hour to go. Hour to go. Little reminder: if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the like button. It's good for channel visibility and YouTube knowing to send my stream in front of other people, so please do that. And if it's your first time here, then you might want to hit the subscribe button so you can find yourself coming back, maybe enjoying watching some live match fishing. And oh, let's get on to that. If you're already subscribed, then thanks for that, I really appreciate it. We've got a head above 2,500 people now, so that's awesome. Next stop 10k. That's the plan. And if you've enjoyed it, you know, tell your friends too. Share the stream. Tell people if you want to watch some live match fishing, mostly on a Sunday, then this is the place to get the action. And have a chat with each other too. You know, there's a few people regularly speaking to each other now on the channel, which is kind of awesome. I was looking for like a community feel with the stream, so that's exactly what I wanted to get out of it. This float is just bouncing up and down a little bit too much for my liking. I'd say it's bleak attacking the worm. Eventually, sometimes you know, let go of it now. And I need something else to grab it now. Missed the cue again. These fish are not responding to my verbal cues at all recently. And if you are here and you haven't watched a couple of shorts that I did, then please go and have a look. I did some shorts this week, posted them on the channel. Specifically, I did one where I took the footage from last weekend, and so you can see the float at the top of the picture, and then the action that you can see now below. So I'm looking for some feedback on that. I think it was quite nice, but no one has agreed with me. So can you have a look at that short? I would appreciate it. It's the one of me fishing last Saturday or Sunday, and yeah, I've got the side camera with me recording the float, so you've got a little bit of float action. I'm not too sure I can incorporate it into a match. I think it's too much hassle, I think, too much faff, I think. But if you like it, then I'll bring it out more often when I do any pleasure fishing sessions. Right, so what did I get? Bite. Look like bleak. Let it go. Caught a roach, then the same again. Now it's just sitting static, not doing anything. Why have I not got another bite? Is there a bit of worm on the end? Yes. What should we do? Okay, bouncing up and down again. So there's definitely bleak up off the bottom. And then they give up. Come on, let's get some of them big Thames bream to just wander into my peg and go, yeah, we'll have that worm. That'd be awesome. See, with those bleaks still at the bottom, you know, I think fishing maggots going to still be hard. Makes me want to stay on the worm, but not for no fish. One better roach and then nothing. It can't work like that. Just flicked it out past where I cupped the ball in. And I threw the two other balls. One went slightly to the left, further out, and one went slightly to the right. On the same sort of line. So I've split the fish a little bit, but I think that's okay. Just looking at the float, just wanting it to go under. It's just staying there. Go under. Come on. I did go under and catch a 6-ounce roach. At the moment I'm just looking at it. It's like the float's refusing to budge. A bit of breeze, just I'll give it some slack and let it run down a little bit. I'll just get dragged along by the surface breeze. What's going to happen now? I'm going to get a bite and I'm going to miss it. Oh, hello, Julian. There are some small fish in front of me, but there's also a massive weed bed, and the small ones are too small. Last few fish that I caught were half your little finger, like proper small, minnow size. So there's no point in fishing for those in this peg. Back out and double maggot again. Straight away, rig doesn't settle properly. Okay, piece of corn then. Oh, so the camera just turned itself off. It's getting a bit warm. Okay, so let's sit there with a piece of corn on for a minute then. For the Thames Festival, I need another plan if this happens. Although that's probably going to be chuck the feeler out at this point. No, gin clear. There's no flow on the river at all. Hasn't been since, well, start of the season. It's been no rain. Whole country's in drought. Couple of little indications on the float then. So yeah, fish for what, 2 hours, 2.5 hours firing in Hemp. 2 hours. And then thought that was bringing some roach in. And then I think it did, but then I think it brought BLEAK in, which I wasn't expecting. So let's put maggot on and then go further down the peg. Work my way back up. Right. See if I get BLEAK there. No. It's going upstream. Little bleak on the end. A bit further downstream then. I can't remember the title to this short, but if you just go on the shorts, it puts them in order that I've put them up. So it's like the second or the third one, I think it is. You'll see it straight away. It's got the float on the screen, sort of split half and half, and then float cam is on the top. But yeah, I would love some feedback on it. As I say, if people like it, then I'll put the effort to do it more often. Okay, I'm going further down the peg now. Bleak straight away. Float bouncing like it's a bleak. Now it's going to the left. Bleak again. Let's try double caster. Fishing through for a canal boat. Okay. Looks like it's settled. No. It was live. The bleak had it. Should go for another bit of worm, mate. I'm just getting rubbish bites from bleak or a decent bite, then I still think it's a bleak. Makes me wonder, I do think that the firing in the hemp made today have just led to bringing in bleak on the long pole line versus just fishing off the ground bait on the bottom. May have caused myself more problems. Maybe that's why people try and not fish it on the same line. Yeah, I think that's the case. And I think maybe I've attracted the bleak, but there's not enough roach to put them out. But maybe what I'm trying to work out is why have I not caught perch? Like more perch. I had a couple of, first fish was a perch. And then maybe I've had one or two more, but I would expect to get perch all day long. That float just won't settle, there's just bleak on that straight away. So what we're doing, if I put a maggot on I get a bleak, if I put a worm on I get a bleak, and I don't bite it. They can't eat it properly. fish there, and I'm not getting a bite because they're not all bleak, so they don't want this smashed maggot. Load of bleak, load of chub. Little chublet. And those little chublets don't want these smashed maggots. Since I changed this, I'll get a bite. Watch this. Take the smash maggot off. This is why you can't fish with these fish, because they're a mixed mash. There you go. Maybe I just need to say I can't fish a smash maggot for a moment. Take it off. Just rehook it like a normal maggot. Or not. No, the whip's not designed for catching large fish. It's got a flick tip in the end. I want to get fish that I can lift straight up out over the weed. Anything bigger is just going to go straight in the weed and cause me trouble. Enjoying the match catching these. It gives me an option, you know, when I know they're mixed fish, then I just have to change and just keep changing the maggot, change the maggot. I think they might be a little bit deeper as well. Right, well I think this is going to keep me busy between now and the end of the match. There's 30 minutes to go, I think. I'm sort of in trouble in my peg out in front of me. In terms of if I put maggots on, I get bleak. If I put worm on, I get bleak and then I don't get a bite. If I put corn on, I don't get a bite. And if I put tares on, I don't get a bite. So I think there are some other fish there, but the bleak are just too dominant. And instead of fishing out there for nothing, I might as well fish here for 6 ounces. I think. Ironically, I said there wasn't enough bleak and I should change the maggot every time, and then all the last 4 or 5 fish have all been bleak. I want to think I can sit out on a long pole on a piece of worm and get something that's not bleak, but I've got no faith in it currently. Saying that, these last few bleak have actually been big enough, you know. Yeah, I think that's chewing for a bit. That is true. I think I had my few roach. I had 3 or 4 chucks. That's decent sized roach, and then they were gone. So they're all bleak all of a sudden. Maybe I just got to fish through a little bit longer, persevere a little bit more. Couple of fish and a bite of chuck. I also think I want to be feeding a bit more, but I can't do it with my left arm currently because of my tennis elbow, so I keep moving the whip over to my left hand and then feeding with my right, which is all of a mess. Even though they're bleak, they're being really fussy about the bait, or it appears to be like that. It's unusual.